All right, good evening. It's 6:32 p.m. and I'd like to call the August 24th meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to order. Mr. Burnside, can you please take the roll call?
Board Member Dubia Duval Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford. Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Here.
Board Member Kawi Telesford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Here.
Board President Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
Present.
Thank you.
Please take note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. A written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 p.m. on January 6, 2023. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, and the Village Green. This evening, the board will have the honor of swearing in one of our newly elected student board representatives, Gwyneth Brown. Due to scheduling conflicts, we will be holding an additional swearing-in ceremony for Asa Glassman at the September 28th board meeting. Also on the agenda for this evening are two district presentation reports. The first on the New Jersey Graduation Proficiency Assessment and the second on the Student Safety Data System. With that, I'm so sorry, I forgot to do. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Sorry. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session at 6:34 p.m. to discuss attorney-client matters, personnel, HIBs, litigation status report, and the Black Parents Workshop settlement. The length of the executive session is estimated to be 60 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. May I have a second? Second. Thank you, Board Member Eckert. All in favor? The vote appears to be unanimous. We are now adjourning to closed session. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. We are now back in regular session. Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. We will kick off the meeting with the swearing in of CHS student Gwyneth Brown as our new student representative. Gwyneth, please join us up here for the swearing in ceremony, which will be done by our business administrator, Mr. Burnside.
Raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Gwyneth Brown,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear truth, faith,
and that I will bear truth, faith,
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the same and the governments established
to the same and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and this state
and this state
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
so help me God.
so help me God.
I state your name.
I, Gwyneth Brown,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I possess the qualifications for the office
that I possess the qualifications for the office
of member of student representative
of member of student representative
to the Board of Education,
to the Board of Education,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all of the duties
perform all the duties
of that office
of that office
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda and move up public speaks.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay, thank you, Board Member Gifford. All in favor, please raise your hand. Appears to be unanimous. We'll start our first public speaks. So let me read the board president's statement. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with administration and the superintendent to assure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. We will now begin our first hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is limited to 1 hour. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. We request that you please state your name and town of residence for the record. Okay. First public speaks is from Andy Grossman.
I'm here for the second time. I came on June 22nd. At that time, I came to talk about. At that time, I came to talk about how disgusted I was with the lack of communication and action on the part of Dr. Taylor and his staff, and the prior board chair who I reached out to with the troubles I was having, my family and I, with the school system. And I expressly requested to speak with the board, have an opportunity to meet with that board individually or in whole and talk about the issues, why I think the board, the superintendent was derelict and rude in dealing with me. And the very next day, and then, you know, I'm told after I left, after I left the board meeting, Dr. Taylor indicated that he did have information showing that he appropriately responded to me, that he would forward it the Friday packets. I quickly heard back from you, Board Chair Whitlater, and you kindly asked me to get the information to you. I got the information to you, all the emails, tons and tons of emails outlining my efforts, not successful, to get the board, Dr. Taylor, to speak with me. I, to this day, have never said a word to him, nor he to me. He's totally not honored that or even responded. I heard back from, I then, after getting everything to you, Chair, did not hear back for the entire summer. I followed up about 3 or 4 times. Then I went to, finally, a week ago, I contacted the Secretary's office, and the Secretary's personal assistant took my call, and ultimately you got back to me with an email. And the email said that the board is not allowed to talk to me, regrettably perhaps, and that you could not share with me what the superintendent handed you. This, and that would, I have to have an Oprah request. I reached out to Mr. Burnside and asked for him to call me. No response, other than his secretary said that I could put it in writing to him. But nobody gets back to me. I was here complaining about a 1.5 years worth of lack of responsiveness from him and the prior board, and I don't know if anybody else on the board other than you, Chair, has seen what I submitted. I don't know what the chancellor, the superintendent submitted on his behalf. You invited me here again. 30 minutes is not the time to do this. 33 minutes, not the time to talk to the board. And I don't know, I asked for the rules and regs as to why the board can't meet with me, and none was given to me. I don't know if I'll get it in terms of the Oprah. But this is not fair. I've been polite and kind and patient, and it's just not fair. I know my time is up, and I know that there's complete silence here. It's deafening. I wish, I've lost my faith in the board, in the superintendent. I wish that you guys could do something to disabuse me of the notion that you don't care. I shouldn't have to wait 2 months to be told. I should not have to wait 2 months to be told that the board can't meet with me. I looked across The secretary was here, the board chair was here, the members were here, Dr. Taylor was here. Nobody could say to me at that meeting, I just want to let you know, Mr. Grossman, that the board cannot meet with anybody.
Sir, your time is up. I have to ask you to sit down. Sir, your time is up, sir. Can you please exit the public speaks?
I would like to hear from the board.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I ask who you are? Okay. Board attorney, I am getting up, but I was here in the public speak section in June, and to submit the information requested by the board and have silence is inappropriate. And maybe as chair, you should speak to Mr. Burnside, you should get me my response to my Oprah request, and the board should meet with me.
Thank you very much. I appreciate. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is Kate Athens.
Hi, my name is Kate Athens Maplewood. I'm the incoming president of the Montrose PTA, and I am coming to you tonight in support of the proposed board goal for increased family engagement. As a parent of a preschooler at Montrose for the past year, I've been personally familiar with the community discussion surrounding the 2 reported incidents that took place this past year and the questions that many families still have around what happened. I know you can't discuss anything about these incidents, but it would be really helpful for the board and district to play a more intentional role in connecting with families by talking with us about how you keep our kids safe, especially for students who might have different behavioral needs or those who are nonverbal in particular. We understand that there's a chain of command that must be followed, and I completely understand that Dr. Taylor cannot personally address every issue that comes up. And I also know personally, as a former teacher and school administrator, that there's just some things that you feel like you can't say publicly. But we feel it would be helpful to have, for example, maybe like a town hall meeting or just a general meeting for Montrose and maybe also the other preschool sites where we could hear from everybody involved, the principals, the supervisor of preschool education, the assistant superintendent of special services, and the superintendent regarding how teachers and paraprofessionals are hired, vetted, and trained in addressing student behavior. As well as what supervision and protocols are in place to keep our kids safe, and then what steps are taken if an incident such as the ones that occur. I mean, we don't know details about those incidents, so I'm not speaking to those incidents in particular, just generally when an incident report happens or something like that. I want to say I've been really happy to have my child at Montrose. It's a wonderful community with deep history in our towns. And I also want to clarify that it's not that we don't think the district is doing these things, but families need to know how the district is doing these things so that we feel confident in the program. And the PTA is eager to partner and collaborate with everybody in making sure that we are providing the best education possible for our kids. Also, in light of Principal Samuel's leave this fall, we'd love to know who we can work with now at the school to address these questions and just start out the school year strong, maybe providing like information sessions and things like that for families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And before we conclude public speaks, I would just like to respond. I think as board members, just one of the hardest things for us is that we cannot be involved in administrative matters. We would love to accept every meeting request with community members, but we legally are unable to do so. There are 2 methods in which community members can engage with the board, and we absolutely encourage that. It's attending our public meetings and utilizing public speaks. It's also through email. We always welcome emails that come in from community members to our BOE address. It goes to all 9 of us. So we would just encourage anyone who wants to share, positive things, concerns, whatever it may be, to please send the board an email, or please attend these public meetings and share your story with us via Public Speaks. I will turn it over to Dr. Taylor in case he cares to respond to any of the Public Speaks this evening.
Thank you so much, Board President, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking time to come out and participate in our open board public meeting. For those who don't normally come to these meetings, we do take copious notes, both me and other team members. And if I do have the information, I try to respond right away on the spot so that we can all leave with the same information. Regarding the statements made by Mr. Grossman, I can just say, as I said on June 22nd, that I think that my reputation for responsiveness speaks for itself. And I think that my reputation over the last 4 years of my acumen for how I interact with members of our communities and our stakeholders also speaks for itself, even when things are very heated. I'll leave it at that. I know that Mr. Burnside and the business office have received the Oprah request, and we'll process it as we do all Oprah requests. Ms. Athens, are you still here? Oh, hi. Thank you. I hope that my statement at the last, these board meetings are running together a little bit this summer. I believe I made a statement around this in July, and I received a lot of positive feedback from the families on what I was able to share, and we definitely would welcome opportunities to be able to have a more intimate setting. We also understand, as you stated perfectly, there are some things that we can't talk about, and even if we really want to, and we're always careful that we hope to set the expectations for families, that they don't come to a meeting expecting to hear a certain topic and leave disappointed. So I'd be happy to work with you on planning that meeting. We're also working on planning a meeting with the Marshall families later in October. We know everyone's getting their last bits of summer in, so we welcome that. And regarding Principal Samuels, we can't really discuss personnel, but we do have an update plan to push out to the families of Montrose very soon. Awesome, thank you. Those are all my responses, Madam President.
Thank you so much. We will now look to approve our prior board meeting minutes. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the July 27th board meeting minutes for both the executive session and the regular meeting. Do I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Eckert. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, the meeting minutes have been approved. I will now turn it over to Dr. Taylor for the superintendent update.
Thank you very much. Hello again, South Orange and Maplewood School District community. Thank you for taking time out of your summer evening to join us for our August regular Board of Education meeting. As you can imagine, we are busily preparing for the start of the 23-24 school year, and here are some pertinent updates. This evening, the board will be considering the approval of a revised district calendar that reflects the confirmed Columbia High School Class of 24 graduation date. The date is formally being moved from June 20th to June 19th after conversations with the venue to finalize that contract. We're thrilled to share that our construction for this summer is moving forward on time, and we will open all schools as planned for September the 7th. Thank you to Mr. Burnside and the business office. Thank you to Mr. Giglio and the facilities team, as well as our construction managers, Epic, and our contractors. Thank you to all the teachers and admin who had to pack up their classrooms and offices to allow for this necessary work. Thank you to our board president for joining me in welcoming our newly hired educators this week. Our principals and APs and supervisors joined us in expressing our excitement at the potential that these new South Orange and Maplewood School District family members are bringing to our schools in service of our students and families. Thank you to our cabinet, our SLT, for the outstanding district admin team. We call it the DAT, professional development, that occurred the first 2 days of this week. Feedback from our school leaders was unanimous. They lauded the quality and relevance of this professional development. Thank you to Mr. Adedoyin and his team in the HR department for their successful drop-in job fair last week. A total of 73 job seekers attended, and a number of offers were made to educators in critical areas, such as mathematics and special education. We are, of course, keeping the board updated through their personnel committee regarding the progress of our efforts to recruit highly qualified staff members. We will now have two presentations for you. The first will be our district's performance on the New Jersey Graduation Proficiency Assessment, known as the NJ-GPA, and then we will have our customary New Jersey Student Safety Data System, SSDS, biannual report. We will now shift to our C&I leadership through Ms. Bodner and Ms. Correa.
It's a team effort tonight.
And Dr. Robles back from Spain too, huh? Yes, welcome back.
This is not working? Let's move that out of the way. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Hello. So we are going to give you the results of the NJ-GPA and the access assessments that our students took last spring. Once Keith's with us. I see him too. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bonds. So if you could go to the next slide, please, Mr. Bonds. We'll jump right in. So just a little bit of history about the NJ-GPA. On July 5th, 2021, Governor Murphy asked the State Board of Education to create an assessment to ensure that our students were ready for graduation. In 2022, it was a field test. And that information that we received from that was to help with like curricular updates and things like that. But there could be some tweaking when you're using a field test. Next slide, please. So this assessment is administered to all students in grade 11. It has two areas to show graduation readiness. It is in ELA and in mathematics. Each are reported separately. The ELA component is aligned to grade 10 standards, and the mathematics component is aligned to Algebra 1 and geometry standards. To pass either assessment subject, you must receive, can you change the slide, Mr. Bonds? So to pass the, or show proficiency, for ELA and mathematics, you must score 725 in each area. If our students or any student does not meet that minimum requirement, they are able to retake that assessment in the summer or the fall. There are other assessment tools that we can use that has a designated cutoff score, or we can create a portfolio appeal. Next slide, please. Last spring, our 11th graders took the assessment between March 13th and 17th, and they received their results in July of 2023. Students who did not meet the minimum requirement of 725 will have the opportunity to, again, take it in the fall, and that will be between October 10th and 16th. Next slide, please. So these are the three pathways that you can take if you have to show proficiency and graduation readiness. One is obviously this scoring a 725 in math and ELA on this NJ-GPA. The second way is a second pathway through using substitute competency assessments. And these are in the boxes, it's very small, but in the boxes, those are the other assessments that can be used to show graduation readiness. And then again, the third pathway is through through portfolio.
Hi, good evening. I'm going to talk about how our SOMSD students performed. So here is just a general table with the statistics of the students that tested. Total number of 11th graders that were registered at the time were 453. 417 of them were able to test. 36 did not test for different reasons. Here's a breakdown of the subgroups. If you note from the state, the number of students for reporting is a minimum of 10 as per suppression rules applied to student data to protect their confidentiality. The test was a breakdown of ELA, had two 90-minute components as well as the mathematics. So it was total testing of 3 hours for each component. Next slide, please. Here's how we did in comparison to the state this year. Our students for ELA were at 93.8% passing rate. We can clap for that. as compared to the state at 80.5%. Not graduation ready for ELA are 6.2% compared to the state that has 19.5%. In mathematics, we have a 69.8% graduation ready as compared to the state at 55.0%. Not graduation ready, 30.2%, and compared to the state at 45%. The percentages may not equal to 100 due to rounding. Next slide, oh, perfect. So here, just so you could understand the makeup of the test, it's based on the New Jersey Student Learning Standards and how in ELA, it's broken up into multiple subclaims, as well as the mathematics. So it's listed for you and the percentages that makes up the test. So the complete pie is the whole test, and these are the different components inside each content area. Next slide, please. How we did at SOMSD, this is the measure of student proficiency for each subclaim. So this data allows us to see where we could really direct the help to the students, as we will hear later in intervention strategies. But just to give you a representation of both graphically and numerically stated how our students performed in the ELA component. Blue being not yet ready, or graduation ready, all the way to above graduation ready, which is the gray section. Next slide. Same for mathematics, the different subclaim performance based how our students did in math. You can see the different breakup and what it allows us to see where we need to direct our focus and interventions. Next slide. Here's a comparison between how we did in 2023 and how we did in 2022. Just keep in mind that 2022 was a field test, so things may have changed due to the state deciding on how they wanted to change it, but this is the data we have for now. In ELA last year, we were 52.6% passing for ELA as compared to this year at 93.8%. In math, last year we were 70.3% as compared to now 69.8%. Next slide. Some notable achievements I really want to highlight is in ELA, our students have demonstrated exceptional skills, achieving a proficiency rate of 93.8, far surpassing the state average of 80.5%. Our 2023 JPA scores have risen by an amount equivalent to 41.2% percentage points as compared to 2022. And in mathematics, we also outperformed the state with 69.8% as compared to 55. Next slide. To zero in a little bit more, here are the subgroups in terms of gender. On the left, you'll see the English language arts stats. So here are our male population, our female population for ELA, and then our non-binary population as well. And then in mathematics, to see the comparison. And numbers, again, are representative of percentages. Next slide. Our ethnicity and race in ELA. You have the breakdown of the Hispanic population, Latino, Asian, Black or African American, white, or two or more races. Here's our performance, blue being graduation ready, orange being not yet ready. Please note that populations with less than 10%, again, were not represented in this chart due to confidentiality. On the following slide, where is more of a light blue and orange, this is how in 2022, how the state demographics based on ethnicity and race, how they did and compared to what we did. Now again, this was a field test, but this is all we have right now, as New Jersey has not released the performance of the state in subgroups for 2023. So all we have right now is to just observe how we did in comparison to 2022. So this is the breakup of the state population representation for 2022. For ELA, I just want to highlight our major populations in our schools represented right now are Hispanic and Latino and Black or African American race. So I would love for you to just see how great we did. I really want to highlight that in comparison to the state. It's definitely a notable achievement by us, 88.9% and 84.7% as compared to the state at 26.1 and 20.2. The next slide represents the mathematics, same idea. In this chart, it's our students and how they did based on race and ethnicity. And the following chart, next page, next slide, is how the state did again in 2022. And you can see the different breakup there. Okay, next slide. Again, zeroing in our populations, we outperformed the state. Again, a notable achievement at 60 and 41.7% as compared to the state at 30.7 and 24.6%. Okay, next slide. Our economic disadvantage ELA, you have in 2023 the population that is economically disadvantaged as compared to who are not. And then again, the state population for economic disadvantage for ELA. And again, a notable difference, we outperformed in the state comparisons as well here. Next slide. Same again for economic disadvantaged students in math. We also outperformed the state on both categories here. It's a notable achievement. Next. Our subgroups for students with disabilities, we have a little more data this year. It seems like they gave us more information this year based on, again, last year was a field test, so now they've released more who had an IEP, those that did not have an IEP, and 504. As compared to last year, they did not release the students that had IEP state data, so we were not able to have that, but they did release the 504 data, so I was able to place that for you there. Next slide. In mathematics, they did represent how many students with disabilities did take the math and the 504, so I was able to show you that difference and how we did as well there too.
Thank you, Zoila. So some intervention strategies that we're using. So CHS administrators have already determined which students miss the first pathway, but who can still graduate since they have reached it through a second or third pathway. And I just reached out to Mr. Sanchez. We have 71 students who passed through a second pathway. And we will continue to analyze summer ACT and SAT scores so that number might even be lower when we start the school year off. The students who have missed the passing or graduation readiness, at this point, they will have consent resources. We do have tutoring. We will be working with tutor.com, things like that to help. And we also have teachers available and ready to support them. Seniors who need a third pathway, so if any of our seniors still are struggling in this area and are just not quite graduation ready yet, they will be taking a course that focuses on the portfolio process. And then we will be using the NJSLA 9 and NJ GPA data and sharing it with our teachers to make sure that they have the information. Okay, so we're going to move on to Dr. Robles. We'll do our access.
Keith, we can do a few slides forward. Good evening. So next slide, please. So I just want to say that our ELL students, first of all, I'd like to say, I'm going to be using the term ELL and the term ML. ELL is a former term that we were using to refer to English language learners, but currently we're using MLs. However, the test is still called Access for ELLs, so I don't want to get it confused when I talked about ELL students and ML students, which now the term that we should be using would be MLs, multilingual learners. So the first thing that I wanted to do is to talk to you about what is Access for ELLs, because our students also take the NJGPA, our ELL students, our MLs, but in addition to taking that test, they also have to take Access. So they're tested in two different ways. But Access is always a language proficiency test. What it does is determine for us where the student is at that point. So we have an English language development level, and we can see where our students are, and based on that level, then we can employ strategies to work with the students that year. So as you can see, the test is given to all students from kindergarten to 12th grade. It's given every year, and it measures the language development of the students so we can know exactly where they are. And they're tested, is a language test, it's not a content test, and it measures their listening, reading, writing, and speaking. And although it is a language test and not a content test, it's measuring some of that content. A lot of the questions that a fourth grader would get would also be related to content that they're covering in their fourth grade class, or the same would be for 12th grade or 9th grade. So there is content embedded. However, the grade or the score that they get is based on the language skills. Next slide, please. So these were some of the terms that I was using, and I wanted to have a slide that would talk to that. Multilingual learners are our ELL students, or students that are eligible to receive services. The language development is the process where a student begins and how it ends becoming fluent in a language or native in a language. The language proficiency is where the student is, and that's what Access does. After we get the results from Access, we know where the language proficiency of the student at that point is, based on the test that they took. Next slide, please. So here is a sample student report. This is a report that we get at the end of June that I copy and that I send to all our parents. The report is sent in English and in their native language, accompanied by a letter that is also in English and in their native language. And it explains and it tells the parents where the students are at this point, what they can do, and this is information that we use also with teachers. So teachers, not only the ELL teachers, but the content area teachers can know, well, this is what an ELL student can do if the student is at a number 2, number 3, 4. And here you have the different levels. You have the entering, so these are the students that come to us with practically no English, so they're entering the language, but we can provide strategies to the teachers to say, well, this is how you work with a student that is entering, but needs to learn the content, and there's a 12th grader, which the content is a lot more complicated. Then you have emerging, developing, expanding. So you can see I put a 4.5 in between. This is the score that the state determines at the time when we can exit a student. So exiting a student means that they no longer have to take an ELL class or a language, but they can be in a regular English class. And it doesn't mean that any supports have ended for them. It's just that they're ready to be successful in a regular English class. And then you have bridging and expanding, but at that point, they're usually not anymore in an ELL class, in an English language class. Next slide. So these are the results for last year. As you can see, I mean, this is not like NJPA, it's just really to see where they are and what information we can do to work with our students. So we have a total of 120 students last year. We tested all our students. We have 55 students at Clinton, 25 at Maplewood Middle, 38 at Columbia, and then 10 at other schools. We only have 3 ELL schools. We have Clinton, Maplewood, and Columbia. So the other schools may be students that for any reason may have declined services. And even if a student declines services, we still have to test the student. It may be out-of-district placement. So last year we had a student that is not in our district, but we still have to test the student, or even a student that might, for whatever reason at that point, be in homeschooling, and we took the opportunity to go to their home and still test the students. So happy to report that we tested all our students. The next block you have, no, you can remain in that slide, sorry, Keith. These are the students that are exited. So this means the number of students that achieved a 4.5 or higher last year, and they were exited from the program. Parents get a letter with the scores and information letting them know that the student has been exited and does not need that English language class anymore and can be in a regular English class. We have 11 students were exited at Clinton. We have less than 10 students in the rest of the schools, so that's why the number is not there, because we have to protect their privacy. And other schools basically refers to the students that we talked about before. And on the next one, you have the number of students that are continuing. So we have 93 students that will continue. Same thing, parents receive a letter with the scores, and they receive translation in both languages describing that their students are continuing in the EL program. At any point at the beginning of the year or at the end of the year, a parent can decide that they can decline services and they don't want services anymore. And if that's the case, then we grant that. Next slide, please. So here are some of the results. So you can see, we have less than 10 students in kindergarten and first grade, so there are nothing to report in there. But if you look at the second grade, that means that we have 12 students. So you can see the distribution of where our students are. We have 8% of our students are entering, so they're at second grade, but they're very basic knowledge of English. But you have in that same second class, we may have 2 classes of ELLs for second period, students that are at level 2, level 3, level 4. You might wonder, well, how is a student at level 4? That may be that the result of the test, and that student may have been exited now. So that whoever, that 17% of second graders, they achieve a 4.5 or higher, and they were exited. Those are the results for fourth grade. You can see also the distribution, so you can see the different levels that we have in the same grade level. Next slide. Same thing for 6, 7, 8. As you can see, only in 7th grade we have 11, and in the high school in 11th and 12th grade. So those are the distribution of our students, where they are. As you can see, we have 20% of our students in 11th grade at entering level, which means that they are doing the work of an 11th grader, but with very limited English. So we really have to work hard with them to ensure, not in the English class, because that they get the support that they need, but in their math class, in their history class, in other classes, that we provide the assistance that they need so that they can do well in those classes. And next slide. So these are some of the purposes of Access and what we use with that. So it helps us to monitor the progress of the students, not just, we do that ourselves in the classroom, but this gives us a screenshot of how the state or how that test is measuring them. It helps us make decisions about where they should be next year, whether they should be exiting the program and then being in regular English language courses. Teachers use the scores to meet with the students and set goals for the next year. So we look at the scores, they sit with them. This is where you are, this is what you can do. What are going to be our goals for next year so that we can work together and improve. And this is it. It's just public reporting so that we know where we are. So you can see this is a very different kind of testing from the previous one that we shared information with. And that was it.
Thank you. We can take questions.
Thank you so much. Those presentations were wonderful. We'll open up to the board for questions. Board Member Wingfield, then Board Member Malaspino.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's exciting to see it's a relatively new assessment, but it's exciting to see the progress even from the field test to the official one this year. I just wanted to raise up the issue of the math data because I think it's something that we've heard about before and something obviously that stuck out in the report in terms of an area of need. In particular, as we look at the overall performance of math data in comparison to how we're performing in ELA, but then when we break it down further and look at the disparities in that data for our Black and Latinx students, for our students with IEPs and 504s, and for economically disadvantaged students, we're seeing really, really striking gaps in particular in math. And I lift that up because as a board, we've received data from our equity partner, from Dr. Fergus, that specifically lifts up the issue of our math curriculum in general as something that our district needs to really re-examine and dig into, and in particular cites discrepancies in the rigor in the curriculum and our math levels in particular in middle school. So I realize there's a lot of onion layers that I'm peeling here, but if we look at the outcome data, which is what this is, and map that back to the discrepancies in rigor in our course level, there's a real correlation that's drawn from what even some of our younger students are experiencing through our current systems and structures that ultimately lead them to not experience as much success, because we also know who is currently sitting in some of our lower levels in our math class. So I lift that up just to make sure that we note that as a board, but also to ask that, tonight we're voting on one of our district goals is asking the superintendent to direct work to create a comprehensive diversity, equity, and inclusion plan that serves as sort of a roadmap or a North Star for a lot of different bodies of work. And I just ask that the superintendent strongly consider having our math curriculum, not just in terms of a content, but also in terms of the structure of how it's delivered, organized, and leveled, to definitely be part of the consideration for that plan, in particular as we look at this data.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you that it is definitely an area that we need to be looking at. I think one step that we did do for this year is that we have a new math program in K-5, which is really exciting. It's long overdue, and I think this data definitely supports that. But then there's beyond that, right? Like, we have to look beyond what our elementary schools are doing and building off of that and giving our kids opportunities to have some really strong math conversations, meeting with different students with different perspectives, and really, diving into that, because that's when all of our kids hear different conversations about it, it definitely helps and pushes their thinking. So 100% we are on board with you and thinking of how we need to do that, and definitely use it with our district goals as we've been kind of looking through them and thinking about action steps. That is one area that we're looking at, for sure.
I want to sort of piggyback on what Courtney was saying. While I can't get into the IIRR part, just making that clear to everybody here, I want to sort of norm things for people a little so that they understand that those math scores meant that our students were a 750, which was the passing score, was under 50% for math. So that means that's, and I know this is getting a little numbery now, but 60s, we have a good percentage of students that did not pass, could not even get to under 50% to pass when we're looking at the scoring, which is concerning to me, especially when we look at the amount of the students that didn't and the race and ethnicity of the students who didn't. I'm happy to hear that a number have now come up with this, have been able to pass. And I personally do not believe in the graduation test. I have so many things that I could go off for an hour on how we shouldn't be doing this, but these are the numbers we have in front of us, and we have to face the reality that we have some issues. And while I appreciate that I've said this to you before, I appreciate that we are looking at it and redoing our math curriculum for the elementary school. We really need to look also at our high school and our middle school, because these kids, the numbers, they haven't gotten better in my 3 years that I've been on this board. They're about the same. And I know from personal experience of my son, who was in those lower level math classes, that the rigor is not there. And I have spoken to I was at board meetings speaking about it before I became on the board. So we need to do as much possible to make that happen. So I'm happy to hear that, but I really urge you to continue to work, not just on fixing the K through 5, which you are at, but moving forward. And I guess that's more of a statement. My question for you, Dr. Robles, is I just saw the information. I didn't have a chance to look at it prior, which is my fault, but we still have a large number of kids that aren't moving out of ELL. I know it's a process and it's, some come in throughout the year and, it's a process. But how are we making sure that we are making it so that we get as many kids to move out and to get to the levels where they need to be? Because, it is a little concerning that from the 112 or something that took it, only 93 or...
Yeah, I think that the numbers are a little misleading when you look at them because we cannot report our real numbers. But I'm happy to, if we get a chance to share those with you. Our students come at different levels. So like we have about 10 new students that are coming and we're doing testing this Monday and Tuesday. I know for sure that a number of them are going to be at a level 1 because they've just arrived from the country. So it usually takes about 4 to 5 years to get to that 4.5. So we do exit a number of students every year and they do very well. But it takes, it's a process. Getting from the, because it's not just language, and a lot of times we confuse that social language that the student speaks and the student can speak English. Our focus is on content, is on academic language. And that's also a conversation sometimes I have to have with parents when I offer the services, because they think, oh, but my child speaks English. And I say, yeah, he does, or she does, or they do. But in reality, we're not just teaching the language, we're also teaching the content. And we need to get them academically ready to be in second grade or third grade. So every year we have the score of the student, and then we have for the previous year and this year, we work with the teacher, we look at the progress and we say, student had a 2.3 last year, this year they have a 3 so they have moved one level, this is the expectation, so that's good progress. And then the teacher works with the student to see how to move to the next level. But it's going to take 4 to 5 years. But I have those numbers for you if you want to look at them.
No, I appreciate that. I think that is very helpful for me to understand that it is a 4 to 5 year process. And I think for the community as a whole to understand that we're not looking at it to be like they come in and then they're ready to go right away, which I understand personally because I see the students on a daily basis. But for, the outside public to understand that this is a process. And so while those numbers are still sort of high,
there are other circumstances too that sometimes we have to consider. Some of the students that we get, they have interrupted education. So they were not, although they come to us and they are placed in 7th grade or 8th grade, maybe they did not go to school in the countries for 2 years. So there's a lot of catching up that we have to do with them because they're not ready in their math class or not ready in a lot of other classes, and we have to start from the very beginning. And it's a long process.
Dr. Telesford, then Board Member Baldamani, then Board Member Deval-Wilson.
Yeah, I guess just on the ELL question, could we have some of that data in terms of looking, the transitions of students, like where people are starting, where are they coming into, just so we can get a sense of that, kind of like a visual of that data, where it's moving?
Sure. So also please know that sometimes we have students that this is the first year that they take the test, and we don't have a previous year, and also students that it's a very transient population that they come and go a lot. Sorry. I thought you had another question.
And my other question was just about the kind of looking at the math data. Do we have an idea of, the overlap of, because we looked at economically disadvantaged students, then we also have it broken down by race. Do we have a breakdown of where these groups are overlapping? Also, in terms of looking at our levels, how many of these students are in our academic classes versus our honors classes? And then really, we may have to take a look at the curriculum if we see that there's lots of overlap. Like, let's say if it's 100% of the kids in the academic classes are not passing this class, then we really need to look at that curriculum again and say, what are we doing about that?
Picture rather than just one narrow view.
I was actually working today with the math supervisor for the high school, the math, STEM, and science, and we were really looking at doing work with the subclaims and really seeing, because we do have individual information of each student and where they land on this chart. Obviously, we gave you the whole, as an overall, but we are going to look at where they are, like where is it reasoning that they're struggling with? Is it, supporting content? Because if we can narrow their instruction, right, and help support the classroom teachers where they are in those academic placements, and we can give the teachers these profiles almost, right, of like where we could really support the student in terms of the math content, right? So like we need more reasoning, this maybe more modeling, so that they can strengthen where they fall in that subclaim. So we were talking about how we're gonna do that now that we're also soon will be presenting NJSLA scores to you. We also have data releasing from there that we can work on correlating as well for all grade levels, not that test, right, 3rd through the high school. So we have been working with the STEM supervisor and the middle school supervisor. We have had many conversations and we're really excited actually to dive in because we know the importance of mathematics in our district.
And then also being able to use this to revise curriculum, right? Take this information, if it's a systemic problem that we're seeing, we can go into curriculum, move things around if we need to, or really focus in on specific points and kind of beef up that area. So between students itself, but also looking at it from the curriculum point of view.
Thank you.
Sure.
So do we know how, of the number of students who are not ready, how many at the end of 11th grade, how many of them become ready by the time they graduate from senior year? So like for example, in math, we have 35% who are not ready, not ready to graduate. So at the end of senior year, what is the gap, narrowing of the gap? From 35%, does it become 20%? Or does it stay at 32%? Do we have a feel for that?
Sure, I can help with that a little bit. So that's where your graduation rate, that's the end of the 4-year or 5-year cohort, it's a part of our separate NJDOE report card comes in. As Ann and shared, the students who even are not a part of this report have already begun to go other pathways and they're already successful, right? Because there are other pathways available, PSAT, SAT, Accuplacer, all those different things that are even before retaking this test. So it's definitely a moving target. And if you go on NJDOE and look at the school report cards, you'll see what our graduation rate cohort was for 5-year and 4-year. I believe it's about 94%, something like that. Those are folks all the kids who have made it. And I think what we shared before is that many of the students who are in that 6% who didn't make it are students who have either transferred out, right? It's a record-keeping issue, or they need that last summer to make it to their graduation, et cetera. Did I miss anything? No? Okay.
So, I mean, are we saying that this is a pass-fail report for graduation? I didn't think that was.
No, well, this test is one pathway to your graduation requirements, one.
There are 3.
But there are 3 exactly.
Yeah, there are 3 different ways so this is one way that would meet the requirements for graduation. Another way would be, in one of the pages or slides has a box with all the different other assessments that you could do. It could be SAT scores, ACT scores, slide 6. So
clearly someone who's doing badly in this test is going to do terribly at SAT and PSAT. I mean,
maybe it was a bad day, they could have had a bad testing day. I mean, I completely understand where you might be coming from on that, but it does happen.
No, actually, then I have a bigger concern now. Now, you see, this is 35%. That's a huge chunk.
It's about 31.
And then eventually the graduation rate is 92%, so that's 8%. So
well, and since then, 70 more kids have satisfied those requirements through the other pathway.
Through the other pathways,
right.
And a portfolio.
Right. Portfolio assessment is also a huge one that happens where the district can represent what the student success rate is and submit it to the county and state for approval.
And different thing. This report will be public, correct? I mean, I don't see.
Oh, yes,
it.
yes.
It's not part of the attachment, so I'm assuming it will be attached at some
It
point.
is in the, I believe it's in your attachments. I don't think it's in the public attachment yet.
Okay, thanks.
Many of my questions were answered, but I still have two more, and I agree with what my fellow colleagues have said here. Just for my confirmation and the communities, on the slide, we talk about ELA and ELA proficiency, and that was 10th grade level ELA, correct? I think that's what it said on the slide.
On those standards,
Right,
yes, I'm
those
sorry,
standards.
10th grade standards.
And then for Algebra 1 and Geometry, would those be considered 10th grade level as well?
Ninth and 10th
Ninth,
grade,
10th
but then
grade.
you also have to remember some of our students take it in middle school.
Right, there is that, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, what was just striking for me was that we have 11th graders in the spring taking a test where they've been through these classes before, might have even passed these classes already, and are still struggling. So I'm glad that we're digging into this data, and I appreciate the sentiments that you agree at looking at math, especially at the middle school level, where that's where they're really incorporating what they've learned, the basics of what they've learned in elementary school, and then building on it in middle school, right? So excited for that new math program in elementary school. But then also backing up what Board Member Dr. Pauly said, when it comes to the ML data, it would be nice over time for us to be able to see the trajectory of those students, because those slides didn't have any comparisons. I don't know if you said this is the first time you've done this, but there are no comparisons to tell us, like, well, what happened before. So if we can start having a template or a way that we can track this regularly to start seeing patterns and trends, that would be helpful.
I think one thing to our board VP, second VP, on the ELLs that makes it different is that the universe is not the same every year, right? It's one of the things that that makes it more difficult to track and find trajectories. And I can tell you that a student who can be an ELL or ML could be having a lot of success, but still in that program. And so that makes it a little bit different. But thank you for that for sure. I think that the idea of giving more detail to the CNI committee and the board is a great idea.
Thank you, President Whitletter. I'm going to sort of piggyback on Board Member Black Amati. Don't everybody fall out? He asked about the actual number of not ready students. I had that question as well. Also, I would like the demographic breakdown of those numbers. Do you have those?
Of the students in math?
Yes.
I believe we have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have that. It's on slide. Total, do you want
Total,
total
total.
for 11th grade or?
Total.
Total is on slide number 7, has the demographics.
Yeah.
Economically disadvantaged and students with disabilities.
And what are we doing about our mathematics for our younger children?
We just
I mean-
adopted a brand new curriculum for our K-5. So it will be implemented this year.
And the
Teachers have
training?
already had professional development, and they'll have it again when they come in on the 5th.
Okay, so for the students who are not graduation ready, what do their report cards look like? Is there a discrepancy?
I do not have their report cards in front of me. We can take a look as a comparison for sure, but I don't have that information for you right now.
So how would those students be supported?
How are they being supported? So we are checking to see how they can, if the other pathways will allow them to meet the requirement, that graduation requirement. One is a portfolio, so if there is an opportunity where students might not test well, the portfolio would definitely be an opportunity for them to show what they know. And then the other areas, they do have other assessments that they need to take, such as ACTs and SATs, and if they have met that requirement, there is a number. If they meet that requirement, then they can pass using that avenue. If we still have a student who is a senior and has not been able to pass the assessment, we are helping them by supporting them in a portfolio class to pull together their work to show what they know. And then any other students, we are having another assessment in the fall. We also have tutoring.com where they are going to have opportunities to tutoring sessions daily, 24/7. There will also be support within the classroom in the school. There's conference period, there's things like that for them to be able to get their supports. And we are taking deep dives into individual students It's a very manageable number for us to really look at each student individually to find out what it is that they need and give them the interventions that they need. Because to just say that we're going to use one intervention or a few interventions not necessarily going to be successful for all of our students. So we would much rather go in and zero in on each of these students individually.
Yeah, this entire report basically speaks to what's being done for the overaged and undercredited students. It's not good. Thank you.
Any other board member feedback on this? I do want to say it was great to see from an ELA perspective that across all demographic groups, we are significantly outpacing the state averages. And as we look specifically at, our Black population, 84.7% versus state average of graduation ready of 20.2%. Obviously, we still have, there's always room for improvement, but, and we saw that on the math side, but, it's really good to see on the ELA side that we're doing.
Something to celebrate.
Yes. So thank you.
Madam President, if we're okay, we can shift to the next presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Bodnar. Thank you, Ms. Carrera, Dr. Robles. We'll now have Dr. Gilbert for the SSDS.
Good evening. I think the last time I came before you, there were palm trees or something in the background. That's not the case this evening. Good evening. I'm Dr. Kevin Gilbert, the Assistant Superintendent of Access and Equity, to Dr. Taylor, members of the board, Madam President. I'm here today to present part one of our SSDSS report. We will be bringing part two in October. So the numbers that I'm giving you today only refer to the number of incidents that were reported from September to December. When I come back in October, I'm going to do these January through June and give you the grand total of all the incidents for that year. So just as you look at the data, just remember we're looking at a short time period from September to October. The first thing, if you go to the next slide, is to know that this data is mandated that they re-reported. It's a system that replaced a couple of old systems, but it is the information that is given on the Student Safety Data System, and it reports incidents in violence, vandalism, weapons, substance abuse, and HIB incidents that have occurred within the school. And as I said before, the data that you're going to see today is only going to cover from September to December of our 22-23 school year. And the last time I presented to you was October of 2022, where I presented the entire SSDS report from the previous year. Next slide. You can't even see that writing. This will be online so you can see it. So I'm going to go ahead and just tell you what it says. The incident totals. So the incidents that SSDS keeps up with are violence, vandalism, substance, weapons, HIB confirmed. Vandalism, when we talk about vandalism, could include anything from arson, computer trespass, damage to property, false or public alarm, theft or trespass. And then violence includes assault, fight, kidnapping, robbery, extortion, sexual assault contact, threat simple, or criminal assault. It's also important to know that when you look at the totals, they may not add up, because what could happen is you could have one incident or one situation that happens at the school and it covers several different incidents. So you've got an incident that happens, but it comes over several different categories. So it's very possible that one individual could be found in violation of other offenses on there. So when you look at the totals and the numbers and you go, that doesn't quite add up, that is not unusual. All right. Here we go, the good stuff, the data that is. This report is hard for me because I'm Mr. Happy-Go-Lucky, but this is actually talking about some things that, I'm very happy-go-lucky, but here we go. SSDS incident totals from September to December. As you can see on this particular chart, it shows you that the total number of incidents that we had for this year were about 37. It could also show you that the column all the way to my left, it starts with Columbia High School, Maplewood Middle, Psalms, Clinton, Delia Bolden, Marshall, South Boyden, South Mountain, Tuscan, then Montrose Early Childhood Center. And then we also have to have reports for South Mountain Annex, since it's its own building, right? And so those are what the schools are at the bottom, but the total, the backside to my right, or to the right of the screen, is a total number of incidents per recorded. And again, if you look on this report, Columbia High School does show it's having the highest number of incidents, but I do also want to let people know Columbia High School also has the largest number of students. So they have 4 times the students of any of our elementary schools, and they have double the size of our middle school populations. And so it's not unusual to see large numbers of incidents because there's a large number of students there. Next slide. This slide shows you the total 4-year comparison for the September to December reports. Whatever, in 2019-20, there were 98 incidents reported in this first marking period, but you can see for 22-23, that number is 31. What I also want to point out to you is when we look at this 4-year comparison, I pulled out a school year 2021 because of the COVID year. It's an outlier. Those numbers were really, really small, and that data is really not as reliable as we wanted to. So that data is not present. So our 4-year trend data that you're looking at here is 2018-19, 2019-20, then we go to 2021-22, and 22-23. And so in 2018-19, there were 98 incidents reported at the very, I'm sorry, in 2019-20, there were 98 incidents, which is the high bar in this trend. But this past year, during this time period, there were only 31 incidents. Next slide, please. So remember when I showed, you can go to the next slide. So remember when I showed you that title of what is all included in the violence category. So this next slide is going to show you the number of reports of violence incidents, which is a large number of categories. I'm not going to go through all those again. But as you can see here in the trend data, you see we're seeing a downward trend in terms of the number of incidents during this time period, during this period of time that would have been considered in the violent incident category. For 22-23, I think that number is 11 incidents that were reported. The high in this 4-year trend occurred in 2019-20, where 27 of those incidents occurred. And you can see to my left there, between Columbia High School, Maplewood Middle School, and our middle school, that's where we see a lot of the incidents and the activities happening. You can go to the next slide, please. The vandalism category, there's not many cases of vandalism reported, and I don't know where the language is on that particular slide, but in 2018, there we go. In 2018-19, there were only 3 total cases. And then in the last 3 years of the 4-year span that we're using, there were only 2 cases that were reported. Columbia High School reported 1 case in those 3 years, while South Orange Middle School had the other case that was reported of vandalism. Next slide. When it comes to the substance abuse reports, unfortunately, those are all reported from our high school, and this chart just shows you that trend. The high of the reports happened in 2019-20, where there was 61 substance abuse incidents reported, but we see a downward trend happening where this past year, during this time period, only 12 were reported that time. And so we're seeing a decline of those type of incidents for this time period in terms of reporting happening for the substance. Next, yes, go ahead.
Just one note of that again, as you emphasized in the beginning, we're reporting on the first part of last year. And if you're looking at the comparison, those previous years are full years. Just wanted to make sure we point that out.
Okay. So On the weapons, we don't have a lot of weapons incidents reported. This marked between September and December, there was only one that was reported at our high school. And as you can see, the 4-year trend data there is showing that, over the 4 years, with the exception of 2018-19 and 2019-20, where there were 2 or more, with 3 happening in 19-20, we typically not seeing a lot of those incidents happening in our schools. Next slide, please. The confirmed HIBs, these are the HIBs that, after being investigated, were confirmed to be violations of our HIB policy and the HIB law. It's for the period of reports for the period of September to December. We saw a decline this year from what happened last year during this time, and those numbers, even though that chart is skyrocketing up there, that gray is 17 incidents that were confirmed HIBs during this time in the 21-22 school year. But then for last year, there were 12, so a decrease of 5, which were right there. Go to the next slide, please. This next graph shows you the alleged HIBs. Now, these are the ones where people reported them and they were investigated, but depending on what the investigators said, they may not have been confirmed. And as you can see there, we went up last year in terms of this period in time of the number of alleged HIBs that were reported, which was 22, and we slightly went up to 24 this past year during those months. Well, you can see the diagram and kind of see the trends on where the reports are. We also want to highlight this one because next year, when you see this chart, you may see these numbers go up because, as you remember, in April, we adopted a policy where we took away principal determination. So now when an HIB is reported, it has to be investigated, which that means is for this particular side, our alleged HIB numbers will probably go up because that means we're investigating all of our HIBs that have been reported. So I just wanted to put that out there. So when I sit down here next year, y'all don't hit me with a lot of questions on why are these HIB allegations going up. So the next slide just deals with other incidents that led to removal. The report doesn't specify what those incidents were, but I'll just call your attention to, for this past school year, there was only one during this time period that was reported. The highest number during this time period occurred in 2019-20, where there were 11 during this time. And you also remember 2019-20, that first part of the year, the COVID shutdown happened around March. So these numbers are pretty good for this particular reporting period because school had not quite shut down yet in the 2019-20 school year when these numbers were reported. I do want to say something about restraint and seclusion. You can keep clicking till the words come up. This is the first year, so this year on SSDS, we do have to report those restraint and seclusion numbers. However, when we put the presentation together, they hadn't broken it down by periods. So in October, when I present to you, I will be presenting to you what the numbers of reported restraint and seclusion numbers were at that particular time. But I do want you to know that we do have to report that to the state. So here are the takeaways. Clearly, Columbia High School had the largest number of incidents, but I do talk to you about remembering, putting that in context, they also have the largest number of students in our district. We did see decreases in the number of substance abuse incidents reported at our high school, where we had, I think, went from 12 to 5 for this particular time period. Overall, we saw a decrease in the number of reported incidents in the violence category. And if you go back to that first slide, that could be a number of things that can happen. Typically, when people talk about when fights or where you will put fights will go into that particular incident category. So that's where you would see those numbers. Just reporting that, during the period of September to December for 22-23, we had a total of 11 of those incidents, which was a decrease of 1 from the previous year, 16 from the year for 2019-20, and a decrease of 9 from what happened in 2018-19. We still have relatively low numbers when it comes to vandalism, weapons, and other incidents that are reported. We saw a decrease in the number of confirmed HIVs for the period of 22-23 at this marking period when you compared it to last year. But we did see a slight increase, though, in the number of alleged HIVs. But even if you look at those numbers, though, I still want to keep it in context to the number of our students in our student body and relate those to what's actually happening. And then finally, Maplewood Middle School did see a decrease of 6 confirmed HIVs during 21-22, and South Orange Middle School reported no confirmed HIVs for September to December for last year. And then our elementary schools continue to have low numbers of incident reports. And although we did see a slight number of HIVs up for this period, or like 2, that's still relatively low compared to our student body. So we're still watching those numbers. And I say that to say that when we're talking about building our school cultures and climates, we're looking at all of this data. We take this data seriously. Even though those numbers are low, we still want to figure out what we can do to keep them lower and wipe them out. You know, our ultimate goal is we don't want these kind of incidents happening, but they occur. And so how do we keep them down, and how do we make sure we create environments that create more belonging and stop some of these things from happening is always top of mind, especially for Carrie and myself as we try to lead these efforts in the school district. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gilbert. We'll start with Dr. Telesford, then Board Member Gifford.
I guess I have one question, one comment. Do we have, I guess, a distribution or an idea of when most incidents occur? So I'm aware that this is from, say, September to December. Do we see more incidents early in the year than, say, when we look toward the end of the year?
Yeah. So the report doesn't give you the actual time when they were actually reported. They just, when the reporting times comes, our secretaries at our schools who do a wonderful job encode the incidents as they come on the thing. That would take us to actually go back and see incident reports and stuff. We would have to comb through all. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying we'd have to comb through all that incident data to kind of figure out what that is. So the trend data, like I showed you here, we're just taking it as a whole period of September to December. And so leaving the numbers in there as we do this report is kind of.
And then just from this presentation standpoint, is there a way that we can kind of normalize these numbers? Because we look at the high school, yeah, they have the largest population and the other schools are smaller. So then it'll dwarf those numbers. But it can be helpful if we kind of normalize them to the number of students in the school, because then we can see trends like, are they increasing or decreasing? Because that can be a concern. Like, let's say in the elementary school, we're seeing the numbers go up. We want to pay attention to what's going on there.
So we're in conversation about that. One of the issues of actually putting actual school enrollments with those numbers is they are so low that we run the risk of actually inadvertently identifying what specific incidents we are talking about, which then identifies which students were taking that, which means we start violating those students' rights. And so we're trying to figure out how to exactly do that so that we can at least give you a clearer picture of that, but we also got to pay attention and make sure we don't inadvertently out one of our students because everyone's familiar with what incidents happen at the school, if that makes sense.
I guess I was thinking more along the lines of if you did an instance versus a number of, as a percentage of the number of students.
Oh.
So then it'll just be a percent. So you wouldn't, or like per 100,000, right?
Okay, thank you, okay.
I was going to add that during our conversation at the EC level, we spoke about creating a board version of this document that's highly confidential, that we would be able to protect against outing students who may be, attached to things that happen in these reports.
I did just want to note one, and by the way, thank you so much, Dr. Gilbert. I always appreciate the work you do. I did just want to note one observation that I saw. It seemed that there was a discrepancy between the incidents, whether it was HIB or violence with Maplewood Middle School and South Orange Middle School. South Orange Middle School seems to be very low, whereas Maplewood definitely had a significant number of more incidents. And I just wanted to know, is that something you guys are looking at? And, you know, South Orange seems to be doing something a little bit better than Maplewood Middle School.
So I can say this, Maplewood Middle School, we're ahead of you on the policy. Their administration actually investigates all the HIB allegations that come. So it was very rarely that if an allegation happened, the administration just took the stance that if you filed a HIB, we're just going to go through and investigate. That was before the policy had even changed. That could lead to one of the reasons why we see a lot of alleged HIBs there at Maplewood Middle School. Just as I said, we're always concerned with our HIBs. We know that we work very hard and heavy, especially with our ABSs, and so that is concerning. And what we're going to be putting a lot of things in place that we'll talk to you about in October, that we're really working with our ABSs and our school climate teams to really look at this data seriously and go in and really take some changes. So I would say that to end this answer to that question is that other than the fact that they do investigate all their HIBs, we're all on top of the fact that we did see that large number of incidents that happened at Maplewood Middle School. But even though they had a large number of allegations, the number of confirmed were not quite as high as some of the other spots, right?
And I would just add a piece there that one of the important tasks that we take is part of what both Dr. Telesford and Board Member Gifford said is the normalization of the data, because in 2019, of course, COVID happened, but the year that we were back in person after being remote, we shared many times in public that that was a very different school year, that kids had come back from being away for a year and a half, some of them, and that they were skyrocketing across the state in all these categories. And that we shared again last year when the school year started, that it was almost unanimous across staff, admin, teachers, everyone, that kids came back more normal, staff came back more normal after having that year of transition back in schools after COVID-19.
And one other thing too on Maplewood Middle School, I can say that last year, one of the school culture and climate goals was decreasing the number of HIB allegations. So that just shows you that we were looking at the data and having the conversation and really working with the school to figure out some positive, proactive strategies to lower those numbers down.
Board Member Wright, then Board Member Deval Wilson, then Board Member Valdemonte, then Board Member Malaspina.
Ooh. There. Thank you so much for your presentation. You know, the violence is high at Maplewood Middle and at Columbia High School. Does every building report appropriately? And how do we ensure as a district that items are reported appropriately?
Right. So we're working with our secretaries daily on the proper, making sure these numbers are accurate. To this point, we are confident that the numbers that they reported are what the incidents that have occurred. We are going to this year do a recalibration of our training towards SSDS, making sure to recalibrate everyone, making sure they know how to get things encoded in the system, making sure that we can identify any discrepancies. We do check it. We have to certify it as a district. So what that means is the schools report it, then my office goes through and looks at it and tries to make sure everything looks like it's supposed to before we certify it as a school district. So human error happens. We will acknowledge that, but to our satisfaction right now, we feel like those numbers are being reported accurately.
Now, I noticed that you had substance abuse for Columbia, for the high school. The last time I left middle school, we had a little problem. We had little problems in the middle school. We didn't have anything reported here. Am I to believe, and I'm getting excited now, that we're not having any substance abuse issues in the middle schools.
And remember now, that was one period, so I'm gonna go through and look at all the period 2 numbers to make sure you can boast about that when I come back in October. But yes, that is great news for us to know that during that reporting period, there were no substance incidents reported on our middle school.
Yes,
So,
we're talking about
yep.
reporting things appropriately. Now,
Yep.
let me ask you, who is trained in restraint and seclusion? You know, this is vital to know in light of what's been happening in our district.
So that's a special services question. All of our special educators have to get that training, or a certain groups of them, depending on the students that they have. I don't have that. That would have to be a question for our assistant superintendent of special services, who handles the Handle with Care and all of those things. So I don't have that number for you. Okay.
We can place that in the Friday packet for you. We do keep track of who participates in the Handle with Care training.
Yep. We can definitely do that.
Guess not too many people.
I had a substances question as well. I mean, I'm glad that we're at 12 for the 22-23 so far into the school year, but last year was 17, so we're only 5 away from what it was last year for a full year. So I'm just curious, one, can you tell us what these substances are? Like, is there a trend? Is it mostly vaping? Do you have that data for us on what?
I
and
don't
then-
have that. I can see if the high school has a breakdown of what those incidents that they reported, and I guess we can try to get that information to you. For SSDS, they just have to report it as a
Right.
substance.
Okay.
And that's what we have here, but I doesn't get specific on what those substances were.
Perhaps in October, when you come back, we can dig a little bit more into that. Because I'd like to know a little bit about what the school is doing in the high school and potentially in the middle school to try to curb. I mean, we've heard anecdotally that, from a reporting standpoint, that students will go into a bathroom in the high school and somebody's doing something they're not supposed to, but it's unfounded. They don't get in trouble. So I'm concerned about that, and would just like to know, what are we doing to curb that? What education? Who are we bringing in? Experts, monitoring, all the above would be good to know.
Got
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, thank you. We'll make sure we do
I'm
that.
sorry, Board Member Vallimani, you're next. But just to piggyback off of Board Member Deval Wilson, if we could also see the breakdown, if any resulted in hospitalizations, would be helpful too. Sorry, okay.
Madam President, I would just again remind folks that some of those numbers are so small, they would be in the board-based report, not in the public discussion.
So a couple of things. I mean, the first thing is, as Dr. Telesford said, I think would be really, really nice to see it normalized, because I would actually argue that in most categories, the middle schools have more incidences per 100 students than Columbia High School.
Okay.
So if you plot that correctly, you would see a spike. For Maplewood Middle would be the highest. SOMS would be number 2, and Columbia would be number 3. So that's number 1. So that would be nice to see in October. The second is also kind of pointing out to what Board Member Gifford said, is that why is MMS more than SOMS? And if nothing changes, I would argue that in 2 years, when III kicks in, they should be equally distributed. That would be what you would expect from a purely statistical point of view, right? Because the demographics are identical, the mix of all the SESs are identical, so therefore both schools should have similar kind of numbers coming out. So that's number 2. And the third thing is, do we have comparables? As in, can we compare what we have against New Jersey averages or Essex County averages or whatever, our Group I, as we are called, averages. So that way we get to know what's happening, right? I mean, for example, if you see there are, 2 out of 100 incidences for substance abuse and New Jersey averages 10, well, we can say, well, we're doing a good job. But if it's 2 and 2, then we're obviously not doing a good job.
I wrote all that down. We'll try to make sure we get that to you. Yep.
Courtney, I think you're responding to Arun?
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I wanted to build off of what Board Member Vallimani said and just offer maybe a qualitative idea to your quantitative one around the III matriculation, and just sort of offer that the work you've been doing with the school leaders in particular around the climate and culture goals and a lot of the action plans. I'm curious, as you have two middle schools, even though much of what exists is standard operating procedure in our regulations, school climates are very unique and individualized to schools based on the leaders, based on the teaching staff, based on sort of just historical ways of being. And I'm curious, as you work with the two leaders and their teams, as sort of best practices and tall trees surface around things that may be happening in one school and another, and not to any way infer that one is deficit and one is not, but just as you work with those leaders to be able to tease out things that they can share across those schools, I would imagine that, you know, we may be able to see growth in both communities as a result of that kind of collaboration.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that a proactive approach that we're definitely taking this year is doing more work with our school culture and climate teams across the board. And so that's what we hope to drive a lot of with the normalcy that you've been talking about is through consistent training. Carrie Wable, our Director of Access and Equity, is going to be leading that and providing those direct support units to that. And so we're hoping to see some of that consistency across the board. One of the activities we did at that was going through the New Jersey tier system of support and having all the schools look at their tier 1 interventions and having a discussion. So doing more things like that so we can see what schools have best practices and what's going on in our schools that others can borrow from and use so that we can get all of our schools, you know, moving in the same direction. So absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, Courtney, thank you. That was sort of what I was going to sort of ask for. And that I'm going to take a little different approach. It always concerns me when I see 0 as a number. And people wonder why, because we want 0. You know, they think you want 0. But we know that there is bullying occurring in all schools. No matter in elementary school, middle school, high school, it's happening. So when I'm not seeing any numbers, it concerns me that the reporting is off. And so I want to highlight that because I want to make sure that we are really being consistent with reporting, that we are making it clear to our principals and our administrators and our teachers that it is not a bad thing if you are reporting a HIB. I would much rather we report them, they become unfounded or founded, than us not reporting incidents or to try to keep the numbers down. So when, Arun, you're saying that like the normalization, like looking at other districts, we have always had a history of being higher numbers than a lot of other districts in terms of our HIBs, our violence, or all of that. And parents sometimes freak out by those numbers, but I've always seen that as a good thing, because I believe that we are honestly reporting versus other districts, which I personally have been in other districts where there are stuff that occurs that never get reported. So I would rather our numbers be higher and honest than lower and not reported like they should be. And when we're hearing things from community members, from other people that, like when you were talking about the drugs, that, you know, it's occurring. I know it's occurring. I teach in a high school. Then I'd rather see those numbers be higher, because if we are reporting our drugs like we should be, then we are getting our kids that are getting the help they need. And so I guess my ask to you is to make sure that we are making it clear to everybody that it is okay to report, that it should be reported, that this isn't a bad thing, that it's actually something that helps us to understand and make things better for everybody, instead of trying to like pit schools against the other in terms of, you know, how many incidences, because I think we need to be honest more than anything.
So in our trainings with our principals and with our ABSs, we do talk about the importance of the anti-bullying law and why it was put into place. Just understanding also that when principal determination was the practice, it wasn't just the principal looking at the incident and going, we're not going to call this a HIB. It was a discussion with the ABS, the principal, looking at all of the factors and making a decision on, well, is this incident in line with what could be founded as HIB, or is it something we can deal with more as a code of conduct? But even in dealing with a code of conduct, even if an HIB is founded, there's still opportunities to deal with it from the code of conduct. So yes, we're going to stress the importance of that law, why it's important that we make sure we allow our students to have that opportunity to report those, and we're going to investigate them fully. And we are going to make sure we're going to double check and make sure our numbers are accurate and sound, because if I'm going to present that to you, I want to be able to sit here in confidence and let you know that this is what is going on in our schools and for the public.
Can I chime in on that one too? There's never been a negative consequence for anybody who's reported, right? And I think that just 2 points of emphasis in response to some of the questions. The first would be knowing that a student is vaping or using substances, knowing it versus an incident happening that is reportable are two different things, right? We're not naive enough to think that more kids than 17 have challenges with that. We have the substance abuse counselors also in the high school to assist with that. Secondly, just for the appearance of some of the charts where one middle school looks much higher than the other, if you look at the applicable numbers, the difference is like 3-4 kids, but the numbers are so small that the bars look much larger, just as an FYI.
Any other questions for Dr. Gilbert? Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes my report.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. We will now move on to the business administration update with Mr. Burnside.
Thank you. For our construction update tonight, I'll start with the Clinton Elementary School for the second stage. We're finishing the site grading and topsoil around the new addition. The contractor is continuing to work on ventilator programming for the new classrooms. The contractor is also installing new signage in the new classroom wing, and final inspections are underway. At the South Mountain Elementary School, the existing building, third and second floor, have been turned over to us for final cleaning and furniture setup. They're completing flooring in the new addition. They're testing the fire alarm system, and final paving is scheduled for August 30th. At the South Mountain Annex, the new addition has been turned over to us for the final cleaning and furniture setup. They're installing the main office floor. They're cleaning the completed classrooms. The parking lot paving and striping has been completed, and the exterior ductwork is 90% complete. For the Marshall School, the contractor completed the concrete slab on the grade pour for the new classroom addition. The structural steel delivery for the new classrooms is expected to be in the next week. They've completed the majority of the asphalt shingle and synthetic slate shingle installation on the roof, and the completed south parking lot storm piping installation, Belgium block curb installation, and temporary parking lot asphalt pavement patch has been installed. For Montrose, that's still scheduled for next summer. And for Columbia High School, the abatement of the B wing and the pool area is complete. The contractor is setting temporary partitions in the first and third floor of the B wing, and the contractor has begun mobilizing. The storage containers have been delivered to the job site, and it's right outside my office. They put a really big trailer back there too. This is very skillful driving by the tractor trailer. And all schools will be ready for the start of school.
Really get these kids out.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Taylor and Mr. Burnside. Are there any questions for Mr. Burnside? Board Member Wright.
Heard everybody's mentioned, I haven't heard anything mentioned about the Pink Palace. The Pink Palace. South Orange Middle School. We used to call it the Pink Palace back in the day.
We will have the bid opening for the South Orange Middle School on August 21st.
All right.
Board Member Malaspina.
I just want to commend you all and make it very clear to the public, because there are rumors out there that we will not have all our schools open on time, that they will be open on time. But I want to make sure, or Dr. Taylor, maybe you can speak to this a little, because I know that there are concerns by teachers and others who are dying to get into their buildings to get things started. I get that, being an educator myself, that we are working on, we have plans in place to make sure that they will have ample time to get done what they need to before the school starts.
Sure, I'd be happy to. That's why I thanked in my remarks the teachers for all their hard work and the admin who had to pack up classrooms and pack up offices prior to construction beginning. And Ms. Bodner, in her presentation, spoke about the big professional development for the new K-5 math program. And so that's on the first day of reporting. And so what we've done, we've created an alternative date for those who had to pack their classrooms, if they choose to take advantage of it. And again, as a former teacher myself, you're chomping at the bit to get back to your room, to be able to, especially after a big move like that. And we're lucky that we've done this now for consecutive summers. And we even helped our admin, in the expectation that this first day of school may not look like other first days of school, but it should be, of course, far beyond acceptable. But just to set everyone's expectations, it's for a good reason. We're improving our buildings, we're investing the community's funds well and monitoring it well. And so maybe it takes a few weeks or even a month or so for folks to be where they are normally at on the first day of school. And we're here to support them. And that's part of Mr. Burnside's presentation, is that we have facilities folks all in those buildings, cleaning them up. And the contractors also had an obligation to return them to us in a certain way. So definitely continuing to communicate that and thanking everyone for their patience for this great investment in our buildings.
Board Member Eckert.
So this question is for Mr. Burnside. Thank you for all the updates. Is there anything that you want to share in terms of updates on transportation for the community? And I apologize if, Newbie, you were going to cover something in your FFT readout, but I just didn't hear anything mentioned as we're a couple weeks out.
So as everybody may or may not know, we do have an interim transportation coordinator right now, Mr. Jerry Ford. He's working diligently to finish up all of our routes. We're looking to target some kind of communication to go out possibly next Tuesday, but please don't hold me to that. We're a little short-staffed there, but that's our target.
I can share a couple things.
Yeah.
We also shared previously that we were shifting our transportation pieces into Power School, right? Previously, years, families had to print out PDFs of stuff and they receive stuff in the mail. We're just trying to make it much more efficient. And Mr. Burnside is correct. It is a challenge. We increased transportation by $1.5 million and have an interim person in place. And of course, the business office is supporting that person, and the board is slated to hire additional support for that office. And one thing that we sent out to families way early in the summer was just reminding them that there's an expanded transportation offering significantly invested in by the board and the Board of School estimate. And we pushed that out multiple times. And we're also putting it in our back to school messaging and putting it in our district guidebook for families, just reminding them again and again that, this is a service that's available for you. We've also pushed out our Columbia High School shuttle information, and parents have responded to that, and we're in the middle of pushing out that information as well, those bus passes, et cetera.
Thank you so much. And I think I said in prior board meeting, but having the transportation form via electronic submission instead of hard copy was a game changer. So thanks for making it so easy for families to do that. Okay, so that concludes the business administrator update. We will now move on to the board president update. So one more time, I just wanted to offer up congratulations again to Gwyneth Brown on her appointment as the student representative for the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education. We look forward to working closely with you and with ASSA to make a positive impact in the lives of our students. Thank you so much for volunteering for this role. And I just wanted to flag to the community that the board and the district are looking to schedule a special meeting on September 17th with Dr. Fergus to present the equity audit report that he conducted as part of the settlement with Black Parents Workshop. We are waiting for confirmation from Dr. Fergus that the September 17th date will work for him. Once we receive that, we will notice the meeting publicly. Last year, we held a back-to-school themed board meeting, meaning board members showed up wearing school merch to represent all 9 of our incredible schools. So we want to keep this tradition alive this year, and as such, the board will host another back-to-school themed board meeting on Thursday, September 28th. So we will all be proudly representing our various schools, and we want to encourage community involvement as well. So please, folks who intend to come to our next board meeting, please wear your favorite SOMSD merchant. As a result of some of the board's recent discussions during the board self-retreat, our board meetings will now incorporate a quick board member shout-out session for board members to acknowledge the hard work and efforts of our fellow board colleagues. So I'll be making a motion to do that later because I forgot to add it to the agenda. So just wanted to flag that. And then lastly, the board would like to wish all of our district families a successful start to the 2023-24 school year. For our new district families, we are sending you a very warm welcome to the district, and we hope this school year will be the best year yet for you and for your students. So with that, we will now be moving on to committee reports. So we will start, if we just want to go around the horn, we'll start with Board Member Eckert with personnel, and then we'll move this way to everybody. Thank you.
The Personnel Committee met on Tuesday, August 15th. Board members Wright, Whitletter, and I were in attendance. Board member Wingfield was absent. We kicked off the meeting reviewing personnel recommendations. Mr. Burnside joined the meeting to discuss the rescindment of the assistant BA retirement, as well as a salary increase requested to bring her back. He provided an overview of his recruitment and interview process and the team involved looking to fill the role. He reviewed options as to where the funding for the requested 10% increase would come from. It was originally proposed to come out of the pre-K grant funding for a fiscal specialist position. Mr. Burnside confirmed it would not affect the budget. The committee asked if any research was done on salary comps for the same position in districts of similar size and budget, which you ended up seeing in your Friday packet. We also discussed the 2 transportation coordinator positions up for appointment on the resolution, as we had just recently approved an interim. Mr. Burnside clarified that we are not increasing the staff there, but the goal is to have the interim train both of them before he finishes up his contract, which will likely have to be extended to a certain point in order to get these 2 up to speed. The last highlight from the personnel resolution is the appointment that I want to talk about is the appointment of Ms. Beckadell as a middle school math teacher. The committee was really happy to see that she was able to get the appropriate certification to move into this role, and for those of you who follow and attend the meetings, has spoken during public speaks about this role. The committee then, oh, no, I have a little bit more, sorry. The committee then reviewed 2 policies that will be up for first read at our September meeting. No issues with the recommended changes. During old business, we covered the following topics. Dr. Taylor led a brief discussion around the 2023-2024 district goal that impacts personnel, diversity, equity, and inclusion strategic plan, which will span multiple years. I just wanted to raise the point of expanding retention efforts, whether that means updating exit interview forms, the process, having focus groups for teachers of color and diversity in our strategic plan, which we will hopefully see in the action plans once the district develops them. We also revisited the theater auditorium manager position that many community members have been advocating for in recent board meetings. We are investing money to fix Seth Boyden's auditorium and going out for bids to fix Psalms, and both the personnel and FFT committees agree that we should have a designated person to oversee the maintenance and work at performances. The district has agreed to research other districts with comparable positions and come back with information to help determine if this should be a stipend or a part-time/full-time position. Mr. Adedoyan closed out the meeting with an update about the job fair that was hosted at Montrose on Thursday, August 17th. Since our committee meeting, he provided a memo to Dr. Taylor, Dr. Gilbert, and myself with some highlights, which I also believe was just recently released with Village Green, so apologies if this is repetitive. But a total of 73 candidates had attended the job fair, showcasing a decent number of candidates interested this late in the summer. 8 job offers were extended on the spot, and all 8 candidates accepted the contingent offer pending the successful completion of their background checks and reference reviews. Our third-party vendor, ESS, played a significant role in the event. They actively engaged with 20 candidates and at that time had extended job offers to 7 individuals. The presence of the Somaya leadership also added a unique dimension to the event. They had their own job table and distributed Somaya giveaways while greeting prospective candidates. I personally wanted to shout out Tunde Adedoyan, Monique Durant, Shani Grant Richardson, Tom Giglio, Diego Diaz, and Arama for supporting the operational and logistical aspects of this event. It came together really, really, really quickly during the summer when many people are on their well-deserved vacations, and to hear the success that came out of it is just something that should be commended and called out. And our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, August 19th at 6:30 p.m. Any questions? Melissa?
It's more of a shout out to a staff member who will be leaving us and one that will be joining us. I had the pleasure of working with Mr. Jennings for a number of years. He had been at the middle school for a long, long, long time. And I am sad to see him go, but I am happy to see the replacement that is coming in. I will say that Dr. Smalls was my vice principal this year at Union High School. Oh, am I not allowed to say that? I'm sorry. I will just say that we're, I didn't mean to be caught, but you're getting a great person. And I think that is about all I can say. I'm sorry I messed that up. I didn't mean to. Thanks. Sorry.
It's okay. I don't think so, based on
All
what I
right,
just.
so we will move on to,
I don't know.
we'll move on to the committee report out for finance, facilities, and technology.
Is this thing on? Yeah, okay. On August 16th, board members Whitletter, Dr. Tellersford, and I met with the FFT committee. Board members Gifford and Vadlamani were absent, hopefully enjoying their travels. So we were visited by our demographer, Dr. Grip from Statistical Forecasting, and they gave a presentation on the very robust demography report that we were given in the spring. The report incorporates in-district seats, not out-of-district placements, because New Jersey Smart Data does not include out-of-district placements in their tracking. So I will highlight some of the main topics, the main facts from that day. In 2020-2021, we lost almost 600 students, which is high compared to other districts they work with, but typical during COVID because, as we know, many people moved. And then we did stabilize this year for their 2022-2023 enrollment. Looking at enrollment by race, white students have been stable, Black students have been declining, and Asian and Hispanic students have been increasing. In 4 and 5 years, the most declines, so this is in the future, right? In 4 and 5 years, the most declines are going to be in the high school. They project in 4 years we'll have 112 less students, and in 5 years, 133 less. And they said that this could be the ripple effect from the COVID departures that we had early on here in the 20s. We asked how this compares with other districts they have evaluated with similar demographics as ours. He said this has been the biggest impact he has seen. The biggest declines in general in New Jersey are in Hudson, Bergen, Mercer counties. The biggest gain was in Ocean County, people wanting to go down south. He said they do not have demographic, we asked, they do not have demographic data of the individual student loss. They suggest we have a sense of who left over the 2-year period by grade and race, along with analyzing if those students were also free reduced lunch status. In their opinion, we had an increased pattern, well, not in their opinion, statistically, we had an increasing pattern of people wanting to come to SOMA, and from their analysis, things have changed. And at some point, they believe that we will return to our pre-COVID growth. Construction, you heard all the updates from Mr. Burnside. I will add that we discussed the elevators at South Mountain. Perhaps there is an update on that after my reading you can mention, but there's just an electricity issue with the elevators. We discussed the district checking with special services and the principal to check on incoming students who might be impacted by needing elevator access in the fall, because our state inspections take time and the elevator might not be ready in time for school to start. So they will make sure that any students and staff will not be impacted by that. Also, we asked about the switch gears. You might remember a couple of months ago, we were worried about South Mountain Big School switch gears not coming in time, and if that were to happen, we were going to incur costs of $72,000 a month for backup generator costs, and the switch gears came, so great news, we don't have to worry about that, and they have been placed, so we're all good. You'll notice on our resolutions, we have change orders for the roof work at South Mountain for $12,000 and for flooring and drywall for $8,900. We also discussed goals. We reviewed the district goals that are related to FFP, which you'll also see tonight. That included, the first one was a long-range facility plan, of course, and filling financial gaps to complete our middle school projects as we have a deficit. 2 was reviewing our special services costs and data, and 3, our multi-year diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, which will include per pupil allocation as we aim to evaluate how spending looks from an equity standpoint across schools. We then discussed TransFinder. The district will be slowly transitioning to TransFinder in place of VersaTrans, which is what we've always used to calculate distances between homes and schools for transportation eligibility. TransFinder is a more accurate system, and we also will save money over time switching over to this system. This will not be officially launched this school year. It'll officially launch 24-25 school year, and in the meantime, it'll be used along with VersaTrans to observe any differences or discrepancies in how distances have been calculated. We, of course, asked about any change in distance and how that could affect families if VersaTrans is saying that you get a bus, but then now TransFinder is saying something different. And so that will be monitored, and the district confirmed it would bring in the Division of Weights and Measures from the state to do the measurement for the final number to make that fair. We reviewed all policies and made no suggested changes to the second and first reads, and then we also reviewed new policies, electronic surveillance of school buildings and on school grounds. That's 7441. 7510 was use of school facilities, and then 7522, school district provided technology devices to staff. Almost done. We discussed the budget, and the district is reviewing the 2015 district budget analysis from our former BA and using it to make it applicable for our district needs this year when it comes to our budget analysis moving forward. And that would be something that the board would get hopefully by December to help us look ahead. We discussed transportation and hazardous routes. Routes will have dry runs before school, as they always do. And just echoing what Dr. Taylor, Mr. Burnside said, we are getting plenty of applications for transportation. The district has done a really good job of informing the parent community on this. And so just a reminder that when you are, if it's October or November and you need transportation and you want to put in your form for that, you can. This is a rolling basis, and so if someone did not get their transportation application in by August whatever, that's okay. Also, we discussed the option to purchase insurance for technology students who are borrowing technology from the district, and we discussed creating a student-focused policy 7523 for school district provided technology devices to students, which you'll see on our first read tonight. We have a similar version of this, but that's for staff, and I would like to, what's his last name again? Ken? I'm so bad with names. Oh, anyway, well, thank you to the district for bringing this to our attention that we should be thinking of a policy for students as well. And lastly, we discussed in new business, aftercare, and the upcoming safety and security presentation. So for aftercare, we discussed, some of the capacity issues that have been taking place with YMCA and their anticipation of having 100 more seats, which is great. Board Member Eckert had brought to our attention other districts that provide more than one option, such as Millburn, and we appreciate that Dr. Taylor said that he would look into what other districts are doing, specifically Millburn, when it comes to additional options, but also being very cautious in the way that we do that because we take it very seriously, the type of aftercare that we partner with, the entity that we partner with, they take that very seriously. And then safety and security presentation, as we mentioned earlier, will be coming this fall, date TBD. They will send out a survey to collect questions in advance from the public like they've done in the past. Federal audit is still not done, and we adjourned at 9:40, and the next meeting will be September 20th. Questions?
The demographers report, is that something that we will make public? Is that something that's a document that can be publicly published or not?
I don't think that there's a reason why we cannot. We'll just verify with the attorneys to be sure and make it available. Yeah, I think that during our meeting, we spoke about the need for the public to be able to see and access that as well.
Okay, thanks.
And also, we talked about public presentation, yes, not in FFT, but this week, and then also sending that report to Dr. Fergus, which Dr. Taylor did.
Sorry, so are we going to have a public presentation by that, by the demographer?
We actually have been trying to, but we've had so many presentations that we didn't want to delay it any further. So we went to the committee first, and if there's space and there's will for the board to have our demographer come back, we're more than willing to do so.
Yeah, his schedule has been very difficult. Any other questions?
I can offer one more update on the safety and security forum.
Yeah, that'd be great, thanks.
So we have reviewed our presentation and we're ready. We have our survey ready to go. We're just trying to get the three chiefs now, the two police chiefs and fire chief, all on the same schedule so we can have it. So we're working on it and planning for it, and we're shooting for Labor Day week or the week after. We'll be reaching out very shortly when everyone is confirmed.
Thank you.
I guess it's me. Actually, I want to start with something first, and I'm not sure exactly where this goes, so I'm just going to put it here. In the past, we have done the readouts, like we have done after there was a newsletter that was sent out, and I know we haven't done that since we were without somebody. Is that something, Dr. Taylor, that we are going to be starting again?
Yeah, so Mr. Brubaker and I have been talking about that because of the number of press releases that we're doing and the traction that we're getting with it. That's been our focus. But we are revisiting the newsletter format, and we'll keep the board abreast of it.
In terms of like for the board meetings?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
If so, I guess I'm asking that these readouts go into them because sometimes stuff gets missed. So I don't know where that went, but I didn't know if that was new business or whatever. Okay, so on August 17th, Courtney Nubia and I were in attendance at the meeting. Board Member Eckert was absent and taking a much-needed vacation at a place that looked amazing. We started off by discussing the C&I board goals this year. So I recused myself from the discussion for the first goal related to the III. We also discussed the K-3 Magnetic Reading Phonics Pilot Program that is starting in September. Dr. Bean folks will be providing more information at our next meeting about it. We are excited Also, that we are one of the schools that will be piloting the AP African American History class, which is being taught by Mr. Whitaker, who has a degree in both history and English, so that should make the class even more amazing. We also have 2 books up for adoption tonight, both related to theater. We got an update on the ESSER funding spending, which we needed to have spent by September. We right now have a balance of $20.97 in the supplies. We are trying to get it to 0, and we are planning to have that even if we need to spend it on paper clips. Anne is determined to get it to 0. So we're really happy about that. Most of the money that was spent in the present year was related to our summer school classes, and so we're happy to hear that we were able to keep the expanded summer school programs with our ESSER funds. We spoke about the HIB curriculum for the district, which piggybacks on what we discussed tonight, and we're happy to hear that the district has chosen one, which will be used by all the schools across the district, and the HIB coordinators at each school will get training on it at the start of the year. This will make for more consistency throughout in making sure that everybody is getting the same information. We also learned that the district has chosen a G&T screening tool, and that they spent a lot of time this summer sort of thinking about how we are going to be doing gifted and talented in the future, and they are hoping to start implementing it around January of this year. In our old business section, we talked about the dance program, specifically around scheduling of the class. There was discussion about where the class would fall during the day, and it was confirmed that the class will be meeting during periods 1 and 2, which makes it so that students will not have to choose between that class and another academic class, which I personally believe is good. We also talked some about the new schedule at CHS, specifically as it relates to the athletics and special education students, because we have heard some concerns around that. We got an update on, just to clarify some misconceptions out there related to the schedule. The schedule is not a board decision, but it's a decision of CHS and the Central Office Administration. And we did ask that they reach out to parents about why they believe that this is the best schedule for their students, and I think that that has occurred. We also got an update on some of the specific data and when it will be presented. We were excited to hear that the MAPSO Freedom School is playing a role again in the new teacher orientation program. I know that there's something that they had wanted to be a part of, and we hope that collaboration continues throughout the year. It is something they want, so take this also as my MAPSO Freedom School report also. I'm going to leave you guys with some really exciting news. It was something that was very much talked about in the spring. The journalism curriculum is up for approval tonight, and if passed, it will continue to be a full-year class, and it can be used towards graduation requirements, which was something that a lot of people were concerned about. This is something that many students, parents, alumni requested happen this spring, and I thank the administration for working hard to make sure that it did happen. This means that the course can be used towards a graduation requirement like it did previously, so that juniors and seniors can take it for credit. And if a student would now like to take the class and they didn't register because it wasn't a graduation requirement in the spring when they were looking to register, they can reach out to their counselor to request admission to the class. So I think that is some great news related to that. And that concludes my report for the month. Yes.
So are you saying that the special dance situation has been cleared and the schedules and the kids can get, you know?
I am saying that it is being moved to period 1 and 2 is when they will be having it. And so, yes, some of the emails that we got from parents were related to having to choose between an academic class and not, and by having it period 1 and 2, that alleviates that concern.
Is that right? That, I didn't understand it that way. Thank you.
More just comment, and just, it was really great meeting that we had, and it was nice to see the enthusiasm from our SLT and Dr. Taylor with our pilot program for magnetic reading, for ELA, and also did you mention you read out the rapid growth, the grant foundational skills?
Oh, I did not mention that, but yes.
That's a good one. I'll just read it because, anyway, the teachers, K through 3rd grade ELA teachers will be participating in the New Jersey Rapid Grant on Foundational Skills in Reading program, right?
Yes.
And so anyway, this has been something that we've talked a lot about when it comes to ELA and training and this new curriculum. So I'm just excited with the momentum that we've had. Also, just recognizing that so many other states are banning AP African American history, and so I'm just so happy that this district continues to make that a priority. And thank you to the district and to TJ Whitaker for stepping up and teaching it.
Yes,
Yeah.
I greatly appreciate that, and I would like to say that we are one of the few in the state of New Jersey who is doing this as a pilot, and moving forward, hopefully, all school districts in the state will be doing so and keeping it.
I think it's less than 30 districts in the state out of the 450 high schools. Press release is on the way.
Let's try and get that for the nation. Y'all talking about the state. Let's talk big talk here.
That is true for the nation, but.
My goodness.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, Board Member DeVos.
So yeah, sorry, I just had brain fog when I was trying to remember Kevin Bond's name. So I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you did, or excuse me, Keith. I'm so bad with names. So thank you, Keith, for all the work that you did on the insurance program for the district and for putting forward that policy, and just appreciate all that you've done. And I'll remember your name next time.
I would like to second, I'd like to second that, because that is something that is greatly needed within our district, is having that insurance program, having that insurance program within our schools so that our kids, we're not insuring all the costs related to Chromebook repairs.
Thank you, Keith. Moving on, we are moving on to Board Member Gifford.
Gifford, you forgot my name. No, it's 10 o'clock. No, and I did just want to say that's awesome, Board Member Malaspina, about the keeping journalism of, a yearly course instead of an elective. As someone who took that course almost 20 years ago, that's great to hear that. I'm going to keep mine short and sweet. The policy committee convened on August 16th. I was actually absent, and so Board Member Malaspina chaired the committee in my place with board members Dr. Telesford and President Whittler present. Tonight we have 32 policies up for first read and adoption, and 11 policies up for first read. It is worth noting that the religion in schools policy, we actually did retain a lot of the language that, some of the community was concerned we were not going to keep with the Strauss-Esme update. So we appreciate that feedback, and we did keep it. I did want to commend all the committees for ensuring policies were reviewed and discussed so that we could move such a significant number of policies forward tonight. This momentum will ensure we are well positioned for a CUSAC review. And that is all, unless anyone has questions.
All right, we're gonna move.
All right, a
Dr.
quick
Telesford,
meeting.
did you guys have nothing? Okay.
We were going to have a data committee this past Tuesday. However, we were going to focus on data plans based on our district goals. So at the request of Dr. Tugg, he said it would be better for us to move that to next month. So we're going to just have our committee meeting next month then.
Great, thank you so much. Very good. That made Ms. Wright very happy. Okay, so with that, we're concluding committee report outs. So I would like to make a motion to add board member shout outs to tonight's agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay. So going forward, we'll make sure that this is included on the agenda. Board member Vadlamani was not at the board self-retreat, so he's like, what's happening right now?
I don't either.
You said nice things about, then
Yeah.
start with me. Why don't you start?
I just said board member shout outs. So I just wanted to start off by thanking, yes, all of the board members for stepping up and stepping in to conduct board business this summer. Our schedules have all been really crazy, so all of you in some form have helped me continue to move the board work forward, and I just really appreciate all of your support. So thank you so much. And I will turn over, if there's anyone else, don't feel obligated, but if you have a board member shout out, this is the time. All right.
I'd like to shout out board member Dr. Telesford. Sorry, my jacket keeps getting hooked on my hooks. Board member Dr. Telesford, hi. Thank you for pitching in for FFT. You know, summer is really busy, and I think it was like the perfect meeting for you to be in because of the demographer report. I was like, yes, ask your questions. So just really appreciate that, and it was kind of last minute too. And also, you know, we met up, which was fun. We talked about in our board retreat that you and I hadn't had a chance to hang out in person outside of the board when we've had phone calls before, and we made it happen. And hopefully that can just be a trend for the board when we can, you know, to have FaceTime with one another in between meetings. So.
Okay, that concludes board member shout outs. Oh, sorry, Johanna, I didn't see your hand. Board member Wright.
Come on now, you saw my hand. No, I want to shout out the entire board. You guys spent a lot of time, a lot of thankless hours working, trying to make the best decisions for the district, whether we do or not. The fact that you're here doing it, it means a lot. So shouting all y'all out tonight. You got me lit right now.
Okay, all right. So we'll now move on to the action portion of the meeting. So I'll hand the meeting over to Dr. Taylor to lead us through that. Thank you.
I don't get to have a board shout out?
Oh, okay, sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Taylor. Go.
I
Sorry.
want to give it. I don't want to get it right. All right, we got to move. We got to move. Thank you. All right. Board members, this evening you have resolutions 4491 through 4502. Are there any requests to sever?
Yes, I'd like to sever, sorry, I'm trying to find it. Where is that? Sorry.
There's multiple. We can come back to you.
Oh, no, 4491.
Okay.
Line 4491J, I think it is.
4491J confirm?
Yes. Oh, wait, I just want to make sure I'm right. Okay, line 2.
Do we have to go down to the line or should we stay? J is fine.
Okay, it's J. Well, I don't want all J.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I yield to our attorney. Sure. While he's researching, we can take any others.
Board member Eckert.
4500.
4500 confirmed. Any others?
I don't know.
Yes. We can't hear you. Oh, yes, thank you.
For the personnel resolution for one of the retirement dates, it's listed as September 2024. It is correct. Okay, thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Number 2 is fine.
Okay, so, okay, so.
J2.
J2, thank you.
4491J2 confirmed.
And then 4500. And
4500 also confirmed. Any others? All right, seeing none, hearing none. Board members, we present for your consideration resolutions 4491 through 4502, with the exception being 4491J2 and 4500. Do I have a second?
Second.
we are now open for discussion. Board Member Deval Wilson has a question.
And then I think so I just had two questions. One was 4494W, that's the resolution for $230,000 that we received.
4494W, apply and accept NJ High Impact Tutoring Grant Funds?
Yeah, so I just wanted to know how is that being allocated? How will those funds be used?
So that's a brand new one. We just found out about right after the FFT meeting.
Yeah.
So we were scrambling to get it on there. We actually had to call the state to get it put on our software. Anyways, this is just to apply and accept. We don't have a plan yet,
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
but we're very thankful for the money.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna get, yes, definitely, we need the money. Okay, so maybe that's something we can just talk about at FFT. And then the next question, sorry, Arun, it's just the 4494, did you have, Arun, did you want to ask about that item or something else? Okay, so yeah, so the last question I asked was 4494V, that's the 34,376 supplementary services to vocational students.
4494B,
4494V is in Valley.
the supplementary, got it.
Yeah, supplementary services to vocational students. So, of course, my ears perked or my eyes got, why am I so vocational? And I was like, oh, Bill's probably gonna wanna ask about this too. So
Right.
just curious what that is, how will that be used as well?
Sure. I believe it's a pass-through account. Am I correct, Mr. Burnside?
I'm sorry, which one is it?
4494B, that's the Board of Education's monthly certification. You don't mean that one, right?
No, V is in Valley.
Oh,
It's
V.
34,376 supplementary
Oh, okay,
services.
so the Perkins grant.
Yeah, Perkins.
The Perkins grant is the state's grant that go towards career tech education.
Okay.
Districts normally get a pretty small amount compared to the county vocational schools,
Mm-hmm.
and we apply those funds to our TV and broadcasting program at the high school.
Board Member Malaspina.
I will, Nubia, if you remember, I just want to add a little more to this. We discussed the possibility of using some of the funding of the Perkins grant, if we got it, to use for woodworking type of programming that we had gotten a presentation about.
Right.
I don't want to go into too
Yeah,
much
yeah, no,
depth,
but now I
but,
remember that,
but,
yes.
so that was also part of the,
Okay.
what
Right.
looking
So,
into.
two different things, because the CTE is really high school driven.
Mm-hmm.
And if we are to be able to engage with the woodshop program, it'll be middle school and a different bucket of money.
Okay,
Most
different
likely ESSER funds.
Okay, all right, thanks for clarifying. That was all my questions.
Board Member Wright.
But we really have to be careful with the Perkins grant. I can remember as a teacher and as a board member that we had to pay money back because we misspent the funds. We didn't spend the money correctly, so let's be really, really careful.
Yeah, I would just share that from my experience, though that funding number is small compared to our general budget, the amount of oversight is just tremendous, right? You look around and you have 10 people around the table managing $35,000. There's a lot of, not exaggerating, right? There's a lot of fine print when it comes to, and so, again, I agree that it's a lot to manage for sure.
So just confirming that for Resolution 4499, which is amending the school year calendar, The only change is the confirmation of the graduation date, correct?
That
There
is
are no other
confirmed.
changes.
That is confirmed.
I mean, that's the only date, that's the only
date.
difference in this.
The only difference is the 20th versus the 19th, because at the time of the previous publication, the venue had not finalized our confirmation.
Correct.
That is
That is
correct.
the only change.
Only change.
Okay, thanks.
Ready to close discussion and move on to roll call? Yep.
Board Member Malaspina?
Yes, I just want to make sure there's nothing I'm conflicted on in here. I don't think I am. Okay, I just wanted to make sure none of the policies. Okay. I'm sorry.
Board Member DeVault Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Winkfield?
Yes.
Board Member Wright?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Motion's passed.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. The first severed item, 4491J2. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We are now open for discussion for Resolution 4491J2.
Personnel matter, so we
Yeah,
can't really
can't
discuss
really
that
discuss
that
it.
much, but yeah.
Okay, Board Member Vadlamani?
As we've done in the past, I just want to remind everyone that voting on certain personal resolutions, voting no, has got implications far beyond what we think they are going to be. So voting no on this one can potentially mean that either we don't hire someone or we fire someone. It could be either one. That person is not going to be in here. So I want to remind everyone again.
Sorry, I just want to make sure
There's
that,
nothing wrong in what I said. That is it. And I'm not going beyond that. And I'm staying there. And I want to remind everyone one more time before you complain that, oh, I didn't understand what happened and I voted no, and take a re-vote. That's what's going to happen.
oh, yep, we're ready for the vote.
Board President Whitletter?
No.
Board Member Wright?
No.
Board Member Malaspina?
No.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member DeVault Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
No.
Board Member Winkfield?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Board members, your final severed resolution, and we also have hand carries for you, is 4500, which is your district goals. I believe Board Member Eckert has a suggestion.
Yes, so just for the community, just for a clarification, 4500 district goals for the 2023-2024 school year. We had discussed, and I had proposed in exec, that we eliminate sub-goal B regarding the final plans for unpairing of Marshall Bowl and third graders. This will be happening regardless, which is actually a reason we eliminated some of the other goals during our retreat. So just to read into the record what I had proposed and we had agreed upon. Second sub-goal, formalizing a checks and balances process during the student oh, I'm sorry, hold on one second. I'm reading the wrong paper. Formalizing a checks and balances process to ensure that all students receive a placement during the student assignment phase. And the second, for the intentional integration initiative surveys, establishing a template to present the data and analysis for survey results so that the report out to both the board and the community is clear, concise, and consistent, and provides a framework to inform any adjustments the district may need to make in regards to student assignment, PD for teachers and staff, and a more culturally responsive curriculum.
Madam President, I have no objection to the replacement that Board Member Eckert read into the record. I would open the floor for any other board members who have comments before we accept that as part of this 4500 resolution.
Can I just?
Does Board Member Vadlamani?
What? No, I'm not going to be talking about that. I'm just.
We're talking about the district goals.
I understand that, but I'm not, I can talk about the other district goals, right?
We're talking about this.
Okay,
We're talking about.
then I can't
Board
discuss
Member
that.
Vadlamani.
Sorry.
Clarification, we're talking only about the change you're going to make
Well, we're
right
just
now.
asking, does anyone have any feedback specifically about what Board Member Eckert just read?
Okay, no, but I do have comments on the,
Okay. I just wanna make-
not about, the feedback is fine. I have no problem with that.
Is everyone good with that? Perfect. Okay, great. Now, Board Member Malaspina, this is something different, and then Board Member Val.
I'm trying to seek clarification from our legal team / administration as to, can I vote for part of this? Or can I mean, because the other board goals I'm not conflicted on, but I would be conflicted on A and E, I think, right?
So I guess the question is, District Goals 4500 is not broken out with letters or numbers? And if there's a conflict within any of those, it's the
So
whole thing?
it's the whole thing?
It's the whole thing, yeah.
Okay, so I just won't vote for the whole thing.
They're typically approved all at once. They're not usually approved 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure so that I wasn't doing anything wrong.
So I specifically want to point out the board goal for facilities, where we talk about the superintendent should use, exhaustive search of all possible funding opportunities for the gap for the for the middle school bids. And I just want to point out that it's a big amount. I mean, it's a non-trivial amount. It's not something that we can easily pull from the budget. I just want everyone to be aware that we're talking about a range of somewhere between $12–15 million. And while the work is happening, I would also like to point out that we should follow the template from last time we went to the Board of School Estimates and plan for a meeting sometime in fall, so that way we can go to them, present our case, and then come back with more details, and then go for a final approval sometime in spring. So that should be our timetable going forward. Thanks.
That type of reasoning will be a part of the action plan portion.
No, I understand.
Yes.
I just want to clarify because for whatever reason, I mean, or maybe I'm panicking a little bit more than everyone else, is that big number is a big number. I mean, we need a lot of time to plan to raise $15 million. So I think it's worth spending enough time to figure out how we're going to do it and have a plan, a project plan it so that we can do it.
And in the FFT meeting, our partners from EPIC kind of talked us through the timeline, and that's why there's specific dates in the goal as well to help. Yes.
And also, I'm sorry, in no way am I pointing out that FFT team didn't do its job. I am on the FFT committee and I wasn't, but I just want to point out publicly that this is what we should be doing, and I'm sure we'll follow that up.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think one other board shout out should be that Arun has been very helpful with contributing his thought leadership to this, and I do appreciate that a lot. And I do also want to share that we have a municipal partnerships committee that I'm also on with Board Member Whitletter, and we've been meeting consistently. I think we've only missed 1 month since February or March, and so we have a very good relationship with the 2 townships leadership, and that will contribute greatly to this process. So yeah, that's all I want to say.
Okay. Any other questions, comments on district goals, resolution 4500? Okay, we'll close discussion and kick it over to Mr. Burnside.
Board Member Deval Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina? Oh, sorry. Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Wright?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Board President, we have 2 hand carries. We'll bring around the first now and then the second. Thank you, Mr. Burnside. All right. What's the number on that one? 4503 and, all right. For your first hand carry, 4503 for consideration, do I have a second?
Second. We are now open for discussion, and Resolution 4503 is a HIB appeal.
And again, board members affirming as it's written.
I think once Mr. Burnside sits down, I think we'll close discussion on this, and then we'll go to the roll. Thank you.
For 503? Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Wright? Board Member Malaspina?
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Board members, the final resolution in this section in this evening is 4504. Do I have a second?
Okay. We are now open for discussion on Resolution 4504, which is to approve a confidential settlement agreement. Do I have any questions or comments?
I don't know if I just says, can I?
No. Can you have to.
I'm going to go talk to him. Sorry.
I know. I don't know what to tell you. I know. It's very shit. I don't know what's happening. I'm very confused. But
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
all right. Well,
I wanted to make
we
sure.
will move to.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Burnside, can you please take the roll on Resolution 4504? Thank you.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Wright? Board Member Deval Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Motion passes.
That concludes your resolutions, Madam President.
Thank you so much. And I do want to do a shout out, Dr. Taylor. I thought that the district goal setting process this year was really great. And I just want to thank you and your admin team for coming to the table with your priorities and working with all of us so that I'm proud of the goals that we have for this upcoming year. And I'm also proud of the board for the goals that we established for ourselves as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Team effort, team
Yes.
effort.
So that concludes the action portion of the meeting. We're now going to turn to our second hearing of individuals and delegates. So again, I'd like to begin by thanking you for coming in person this evening, dialing in by phone. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. Thank you so much. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. We request that you please state your name and town of residence for the record. We have one final public speaks, Mr. Andy Grossman.
Thank you for the second bite of the apple. I just want to say that the first time I was here, I kept within the 3 minutes. Today, I finished initially what I had to say, even though I was more frustrated than when I came here the first time, within 3 minutes. And then I looked out and I just saw deer eyes. I saw no emotions. I saw nothing. And that's why I went on a little further. I think that this board needs to re-examine how they deal with the public. When the members of the staff, when the folks gave the presentations on testing and safety, a majority of you folks asked questions. There was an iterative process. You went back and forth. That's the way we learn. That's the way we do it in school, in our classrooms. If we just had our teachers talking and no response, or vice versa, it would not be good. It's got to be an iterative back and forth process. This 3 minutes is not where it can happen. That's why I asked to meet with the board. I only learned after 2 months, can't do that. So if I can't speak here iteratively with you, back and forth, have a discussion, and I can't do it outside of this meeting, what's going on? Lastly, when the board minutes come out, the board minutes say, public speaks. These following people talked. Andrew Grossman was here. Doesn't even, in the board minutes that memorialize the meeting, doesn't even say what Andy Grossman came to say, positive, negative, or neutral. So as far as I'm aware, you could say that the public input is important, and you could read that same passage twice, before each session, but I gave information to you, Chair, and you asked me for follow-up, backup documentation to my presentation last time. I gave it to you 2 months ago. I don't know who among the board members here has seen it, whether it's been distributed to anybody, only you've seen it, I don't know. And certainly nobody has come to me and said, this is important, something is, there are issues here you've raised that are important. Nothing. I've gotten no feedback. And the same thing happened when I gave documentation to various staff members. As I escalated it up to Dr. Taylor, I gave in writing things. And I gave it to your predecessor, the board chair. Never heard back. So how can I have confidence that if I'm bringing matters to your attention, I haven't even mentioned in these two forums, the 3 public speak sessions, this being the 3rd, what the issues are, but they're contained in what I sent you. I don't know who's seen it. I would also say that, well, that's it. I would just like to have you guys understand that I've got no feedback in 2 years of speaking to people. I'd appreciate if somebody would contact me and let me know what I think you're doing, what you're bringing to my attention is important, not just administratively for Dr. Taylor, but for the board itself, how we operate. The board chair, forgive me, I promise not to be more than 35 seconds. The board, the chair of the rules, rules committee, I think, mentioned something. In my piece, I talk about Rule 9130, in the piece, among the documents that I sent to you, Chair, was how Dr. Taylor completely ignored Policy 9130. I filed a complaint, nothing was done, months and months. I was told I had to wait for the policy to be reconfigured. It was reconfigured. In the end, Dr. Taylor basically blew me off. I told him that you're not responsive, and you're not following 9130. And previously, another policy regarding the 504 plan was not followed.
Thank you so much,
the
Mr.
board
Grossman.
Somebody must reach out to me. Somebody must reach out to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grossman.
I thank all of you. I know it's late. I appreciate it.
some of you are leaving, some of you are staying, new members are coming. The public session needs to have more weight and there has to be appreciation.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate your feedback. Thank you. Okay, I think we'll move on to the new business. Oh, sorry. Okay. Ms. Rocio Lopez.
Rocio Lopez, resident in Maplewood, Columbia High School teacher, president of SOMEA, and some other things. But just to let you know that I like the goals a lot that you have put for the year, but I want to put emphasis that retaining staff or teachers should be for everyone, not only diverse. We have a big problem. Today we had the new staff orientation and we saw 55 people, SOMEA. And we know there are more to come because every day, we see resignations. So I would like you to think twice, maybe adding into those goals, staff or teacher retention as a whole. Of course, having a more diverse staff is something that we need, and I really appreciate the effort, but we can, afford to lose more educators. We're never going to go forward if every time we have somebody train and learn the culture of the district, they leave. And if they use us as pretty much a step to go to another district. So I will really appreciate if you can think about that and maybe add it as another goal, retaining and hiring the right people, but also, making sure that they're trained and they don't leave us, no matter who the educator is. If he's a good educator, we want to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. I think we're good then. So we will finish with the new business portion of the meeting. Just a reminder, new business is the time when board members can bring forth topics that are of such urgency that they must be dealt with in that meeting and not the next meeting. So I will look to my board colleagues. Does anyone have any new business that they wanted to bring to the table this evening? Okay, seeing none, we'll close new business. And now I would like to make the following motion. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, September 28th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into a closed session in the superintendent's office, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be 7:30 p.m. in the district meeting room. Action will be taken, and please don't forget to, next meeting, to wear your favorite school merch. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? That appears to be unanimous. Mr. Burnside, I would now like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting on Thursday, August 24th at 10:39 p.m. May I have a second? Woo! Okay, all in favor. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your summer, and we'll see you in a few weeks.